And hello, we should be live now. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to everyone who is going to watch recording. And I probably should double check if the last recording did upload. There was a bit of an issue with that. Sorry if it didn't. And hopefully it will be resolved now. Anyway, today I'm going to try to do as much of a bug fixing with the crash issue we had yesterday. Oh, hello to the first viewer. It's not even a minute in. That probably counts as a record. Anyway, here I want to first start by ironing out all the van models we completed last stream. Currently, we're experiencing problems with the box ambulance, both variants here, with camper, and with the 6-seater vans. Probably that should be completed. Yeah, hello, Jack. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so now those are all commented out. I'm currently working on this camper. And let's see if it works or not. Okay. So let's start the game. Also, last week was really crazy, and if that continues, I'm not going to have any capacity to work on the mod in between streams. But hopefully in a couple of weeks that will come to an end, one way or the other. Okay. Please let me know if you can hear the game sounds. Yeah, that sounds like it should be. Maybe a bit louder. Also, regarding this mod, I just... sorry, probably should move the mic a bit further. I realized that I'm not publishing my progress with this mod, so it was quite a minute till I updated it on workshop, so probably gonna do it this stream. Anyway, that is the camper, and currently we have a problem with the rear windshield, and I guess the rear windows here too. Okay, just to confirm, no clip, instead just mechanics cheat. Inventory window, pick it up, and so when I install this rear window, okay, so now it just complains that there's no such, it cannot locate a rear window camper object. That is kind of better than what we had before. First of all, because it's quite specific. Secondly, because it's not spamming anything bad. Anyway, so yeah, no rear window. And no window on those doors here. Ugh. Sorry, the game sounds too loud to me. Oh, and I forgot to switch to the game, which once again shows how professional I am. Anyway, let's bring that nudge down, yeah, and engine sounds were the main culprit here too. Also, tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't see like a master volume slider here, which is kinda upsetting. Anyway, like I said, here we don't have the rear windows, like those 3 holes are missing. And this one, we have this window, but the bones are not getting imported correctly. So this one probably is missing a vehicle bone reference in the animation clip, which is a bit odd, but I could have forgotten it. And that window is relying on this vehicle bone for positions. Or, no, it shouldn't. It has no static parts, so that one should just reference those same 2 bones here. Okay, so that one thing, and the other here in this log, when I just installed it, sorry, here, that's the message here, no such mesh rear window dash camper dash obj. So we probably have a naming problem there. So that being said, let's get into text and check it. So that's the camper file. Let's scroll up. Okay, so window rear left, window rear right. Okay, so that is the window that is not getting positioned correctly. Okay, so the bones here, their names match what the door is using. So if the door is working, the windows should be working too. Now the rear window, camper obj. And what is it called in Blender? Oh, where are those rear window camper obj? Well, that sounds matching to me. Now, file name is PZK Vans, and this whole bit here matches. So that should also be fine. And that is, yeah, that is the file we're referencing for this rear windshield. Okay. Can't find anything wrong here. Now, this window rear right, that is referencing the door rear right. Yes, that's the correct part name. And that one is also matching here. Okay. Well, all the checks are getting right. Okay, so that one, that was done for testing purposes, static true. But since we're getting a complaint about this object, well, that is something off. Let's try to re-export the file, because we confirmed that this object should exist here. Actually, how many objects are here? That's 64 objects. And if you remember, the problem with crashes we were running into, that was referencing that it's kinda getting out of bounds problem at index 61. So that might be the problem. Anyway, let's try to export FBX. Yeah, I found how to make you see this window here in Blender. Well, this window on stream without having to show you the whole screen. So, yay for me. Well, there will be some weird mouse positioning issues because, well, of how it is set up, but that is half the problem done. Anyway, this here we have the recently visited folders, so that one is where we put all the FBX files, the usual settings with only visible objects, armature, and in animation, let's untick those two and set simplify to not want. Okay, the name is correct, export. Going back to game. Do you reload? You do, but once again, it sees that there is no such mesh as rear window camper object. Well, that kind of stuffs. So, okay, so is that a really rear window, or we have some sneaky typo here? So to check it, let's copy name from here, go to text, paste it here. Well, we'll have to restart the game to test it, but let's do it. So let's close the game. Please hold while I restart. And did I? Yes, I did save it. So cool. Yeah, all transforms should be applied, but let's double check it. Well, here we have everything set. Let's start from the top and use an arrow to move across all objects and see the transforms data here. So it should be all zeros in here and all ones in here. Okay. Oops. Hey. Okay, so the game decided to intercept the keyboard. Oh, hello, Amelia. I'm doing fine. How are you? Okay, so here, still this issue of no such mesh as rear window camper object. Which is kind of disconcerting. So why is it? I have a theory. Well, you can call it a game theory, but oh well. So, one thing, we have like, it was mentioned 64 objects here. So, if that is in fact unable to import anything past 60 objects, then let's disable some of those. Like, I don't really think those seats are the most important objects to have. We can do without them, and they're not animated. They should not break anything. So now that should bring us under 60 objects exported. So if we go export FBX, all the same parameters here, hit export and go back to game. Okay. So it still fails to load rear window on the camper and also complains about missing all the seats. And for some reason we're missing a door here. So seat pad rear right, okay. Well, maybe we should restart the game. Maybe that would be required for this new object count export to actually work. So just a minute. And while that game is loading, let's continue with those. Oh, nope. Was too slow. And yeah, let's try it again. So all transforms look fine. That one is not. Though that one was, we're not using that one actually. But in either case, let's Control A and apply location, so all it does is switches this pivot point to world origin. Anyway, moving next. Okay, and that is in raw collection, so that is a-okay to not be zeroed out. So yeah, all those objects are fine. Let's go back to game. Let's hit load. Okay, so the door is back. This door, those doors are fine. This window is still botched, and saddest of all, we still have this rear window camper object not found. Well, that is... oh. On one hand, yeah, that means that we did not confirm this theory about the 60 objects in one export. On the other hand, well, we are not able to disprove it either, because this might be missing due to something else, but I have another way to test it. Let's see. Once again, we have to exit the game. And if this 60 object threshold is correct, now we should have this PZK van ambulance load properly. So fingers crossed, but worst case, we're just going to crash the game again. Okay. Get into the game. Hit continue to load last save. So just a reminder, if the game crashes, that is kinda expected, but if it does not crash, that would confirm that the 60 item threshold was what was causing the crash. So the game loads, the game is kinda stuck, and yeah. Apparently that is not how you fix this crash. Okay. Okay, so the game officially crashed. So let's put it on hold. Well. What can we do also? Well, one thing I want to triple check is to try to disable even more objects. Because maybe it just counts like every bone as a separate object for this 60 limit, and the bone has, well, the armature has 31 bones, so we should only enable like half of those. Yeah, that sounds like something that would have crashed us long before that happened, but just in case, let's disable everything that is not animated here. So do we, well, we cannot count them that way. Let's do it the other way then. Let's make a collection for like static objects, and let's move all of those here. Move all of those in here. And okay, yeah. And those two. And here. Okay, so that brings us down to 37. If we disable this, and only export armature and those objects, we're going to have a lot of botched vehicles, but maybe that will resolve the crash. Not sure why it would, but just a test. Okay, export, now load the game. And play. Well, though now that I think of it, if that was the case, then I wouldn't be able to export and use the SVU3 files because they have way over 60 objects in them, with each armor being like 5 variants of it, and the hood being the double of it because there's the scoped and no-scoped variants, and them having to be like the same as, well, the same file, or at least the same armature actually. Okay, so loading the game. Okay. And we did not crash. Which, like I said, is surprising. But we now have this object here as, well, an animated one, but okay. We are also getting some spam here. here that is spamming as soon as we see the camper. Yes, yeah. Camper goes off screen, spam stops. Okay. So either one of the objects that we have now disabled from export was what was causing the crash, or that is indeed a problem with how many objects there are. Okay. So, oh, sorry. Let's safeguard us from starvation, and it really annoys me that it resets those cheats on every restart. And go to Blender. Now we know that that kind of works. Let us try to re-enable this collection here. Okay, this whole collection here. Now export FBX, re-export this whole file, and if I'm correct, we're going to crash now. And yep, the game is no longer responsive and it crashed. Okay. So let's drop it now. Now that we have a bit of a test, we can do some more in-depth testing here. So here back in Blender, I disabled all items in this collection, but not the collection itself. So now I can try to re-enable items one by one and test if that is indeed quantity of items or some specific items that are causing the crash. So how do we do this? First, let's start the game again. And then we're going to have to decide what are we going to do about it. Well, the logical answer would be to just split the file in two. But with armatures, animation clips, and animated parts, that might not be that trivial. So we're going to have a lot of experimentation this stream. Yay. Okay, so loading the game. Okay. Okay, so well, that is, oh, yes. Yeah. I disabled all the objects here in Blender. I forgot to actually export them from Blender. Well, silly me. The game crashed again. And here let's, with all those objects disabled, let's do export again. Export. Well, now the game should launch. Okay, so play, launch. Okay, yeah. Every programmer should be at least a decent tester and know how to, well, what things to do to try to reproduce the problem or try to sidestep it, and then identifying this edge between where the problem exists and where it does not, that what gives us the actual hook on how to fix it. Okay. So here let's hit continue. Okay, so here, yep. There's a lot of missing objects here. No such mesh as lights, for example, serial light. Yeah, those are all what we expect. Okay, but we don't crash. We get this spam, but we don't crash. Okay, so just to avoid this spam, because we're investigating a different issue, for now, please be gone. Oh, are you causing the spam too? Please tell me. Yep, now the spam stopped. Good. We'll add them back when we want. Okay, so that one is getting animated with the parts it has remaining. I guess even, well, I hope even that as if we open the trunk, that should get animated. Okay, and no, the trunk is open, so that is a bit of an issue. Top tier, which one is that? Is that you? No. Well, I guess we'll never know. That might be a vehicle I deleted. Anyway, oops. Cheats. Well, give me the key. Do you have gas? No, you don't. Let's set part amount. Okay. Okay, yeah, that would be why I didn't see the trunk getting animated. Because it failed to load. Okay. Anyway. This way, no crash. Let's get to Blender. Let's add one object. Well, actually, let's how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. Let's re-enable 10 objects. Now export FBX and export. Go back to game, and the game. Well, a lot of items got misplaced, but the game did not crash. Okay, so 10 more objects is safe. Well, apparently. The animations still work. Though the door is misplaced, but to fix it, we can just respawn the vehicle. Please open this, spawn vehicles. PZK van, ambulance, spawn. Okay, so yeah, the door is back here and that key just appeared, so that should be for the ambulance. Is it? Yep. Now we have an organic key. No gas though. Oh, no worries. 10 objects, fine. Good. Go to Blender. Let's add some more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's try it like this. Like more conservative. Export FBX. Export. Let's get into game. And, well, would you look at that? Those 5 objects, they did crash the game. Okay, that is fine. Now, we know that somewhere among those 5 objects we have the threshold. Let's disable 2, well, of those, and re-export this and restart the game. Okay, so let's play, wait for it to load. Okay, so let's go to game. And well, looks like one of those two was the threshold. So going back to Blender, enable one more just to see if that was just one of the two being the beyond thresholds or both of them. If it's both of them, then we'll crash the game now. If it was just one, then the game will hold. And the game holds. Okay. So apparently, that is the threshold we have to deal with. So let's move all those re-enabled objects back in this collection. And we had to disable 13 objects, and we are working with 51 object here. Okay. Of those, 30 being animated as, well, with armatures. Okay. So that looks like the threshold we need to work around. What can we do about it? Well, the obvious solution would be to export some of those objects, or those 13 objects, as a separate file. Which is, well, honestly just fine. But seeing that a lot of those objects are locked by animations and they need to be exported along with armature, that might be a problem. Or will it? Okay. Let's check those objects here. So first of all, let's make sure that we're splitting those like in a way that makes sense. For example, well, windshield, yeah, we have two variants and they can both be in a separate file. Interiors, we have 4 variants, they can all be in a separate file. Because we don't have any other interiors here. Then seats here, well, all of those seats here, and we can move those seats also into a separate file. Next, lights. Front lights are fine, and we have, well, we should have just the 2 variants of front lights. But for some reason I only see 1. Why? Because there should, oh yeah, because there's light box and there should be just lights. Those 2. Front lights, all non-animated, they can all go into their own file here. Okay, so things like this. And now what do we do? Let's make a new collection here. Okay, now those 2 collections go here, as so we can just disable them both like this. Now that file, let's enable this collection and go to File, Export FBX, and let's call it PZK VLC 2. Not very creative, but what works. And we can leave this armature, the animations, all of that, but because we don't have an active armature, that will just be the mesh for it to export. So let's see if we try to export it again. We can see that, whoa, that file still has 2 megabytes. Yes, because I forgot to switch off this collection. Okay, export files, export FBX, and that one is like 117 kilobytes. That's tiny. Now, next what we want to do is go to text and work with those van files. Okay, so let's start by the ambulance, the one we're most worried about. So the base mesh, yeah, that is in PZK vents. This door is animated here. Lights, rear ones. Okay, so nothing from this file needs to be readjusted. Cool. Next, van box. Main mesh is in the main file. Box door in the main file. Interior is in the vents 2 now. Okay, doors in the main file, animated windows in the main file, hood is in the main file, but windshield is now in the PZK vents too. All the seats are in the vents too. Okay, so lights front are in the PZK vents too, lights rear in the main file. Cool. That file now dealt with. Next is the brig. Let's check the models here. So the door, the main mesh, the doors, the windows, all of those are fine. Window rear left, window rear right, hood, windshield. Okay, so that windshield, that is in the file 2 now. Seats, all the seats are in the file 2 now. Lights front are in the file 2 now. Okay. And that should be it. Camper. Check the models here. Well, the interior is in the file 2. Camper door, windows rear, rear door, rear window, lights rear, all of those in the main file. Okay. That is done too. Now McCoy. It reuses most of the models, so nothing to worry here. Van seats. That one probably has some seats, yes. So those seats should be referenced from vans too. And seats rear window, window rear right, window rear left, door rear right, door internals. Okay, so the interior also is in vans too. Save it. And the same deal here, I guess. Though, no, that only references the animated bits. So, yeah, nothing to change here. Okay, so that should be... Oh, hello, knobs. Hello and welcome. Hope you enjoy the stream. Okay. Now, with all those script changes and the file export, let's go back to Blender. I said back to Blender to myself too. Okay, let's cancel this. Now, disable this collection, enable this collection. That one is what we want to export as, re-export as the main file. FBX. Now, vents, not vents 2, all the settings the same, export file. Good. Now, we should restart the game. So, exit, and yes. And launch. The bad thing about this solution is I'm still not aware if that limit of 51 meshes we found is correct, or it is dependent on how many bones we also reference. Because, like, if we enable the box van with its rolling shutter and it now references 15 more bones, and so the threshold goes down, that might be some bad times for us. And then we'd have to figure out a more complex solution here. But maybe not. Maybe we can reorganize the exports a bit further and avoid such issues. Okay, so here we are. That ambulance is animated, it has the windshield, it has the seats, it has the lights. So that solution to the game crashing did work, which I'm kinda happy about. Oh, yeah. Let's delete those keys. That was because the game crashed. It didn't save the world state to its full extent. So that key I actually deleted some time ago. Yeah. Let's check the back doors. I expect them to still be missing, but I'm willing to be surprised. So let's check the angles, and that should... No, not Z. Axis, yeah, that's not... The Blender uses Z as a vertical axis, Zomboid uses Y as a vertical axis, yeah. The rear doors are still missing as ever. Okay, let's cheat mechanics. And yeah, the rear doors should be there, but they are not. And vehicle models 19 not found. PZK van, box ambulance door. Well, that sounds like not the way the name is, the mesh should be named. PZK vehicles van box ambulance door. Is it really named that way in our script? So let's find box ambulance door, trunk box ambulance, PZK van box ambulance door. Okay, so that is the name it should be named. And here, oh, you don't see this side, but yeah, basically it shows me when I select this, it highlights me the spaces where that name is referenced, and there's just one now. So apparently we have a problem here in this template, and that should be like this. Okay, let's restart the game. Okay, let's close it. Let's restart and see if that helps. And I kinda expect it to help. Kinda counting on it. Okay, so yeah, that was a problem we identified by reading the logs carefully. And now let's load the game back in. Please hold. Okay, and here we have the rear doors. And they are animated. And, nope, please. Get the cheats back on. So with Auto Mechanics cheat, you can access this. Oh, hey. Hey, Amelia, yeah, I'm here. Did I miss your previous chat? No, I think I did respond. I'm fine, and hope you're doing fine too. And thank you for being here in the chats with the rest of us. Okay, so the rear window, yep, that is also getting correctly animated. So that is all good now. And we can now assume that the fire truck is also safe to be animated, though it is not animated. That game, well, I discovered it somewhere around 2016, I believe. Well, while Build 41 was still in like non-public beta, well, public beta but unstable branch. How like Build 42 is soon going to be. Then I played for several years while it was in beta. Then when it went public, yeah, that was the craze. Okay. So let's go to text. Well, yeah, my favorite games are probably Project Zomboid and RimWorld. And I see a lot of overlap between the player base of those two. Maybe because they are both not the high-end games, and a lot of people who cannot afford to play like the top-notch games, they are drawn to this space, and those games are crazy good. Okay, so let's re-enable fire truck, and probably all of those two, they're not going to crash us, hopefully. No, I only stream once, only stream once a week because I have a job now to attend to on like the weekdays, and with the way some stupid stuff around politics happening, I'm not able to monetize the streams even if I wanted to. So that's not my main occupation. I just sharing what I do with this mod for fun, and maybe some people can figure out how to do things if they're stuck with problems of their own. or if they just want to see how the mods are made. And I'm kind of thinking about also streaming some gameplay of Zomboid, like surviving CDDA challenge or things like this. Okay, so now save this script, let's restart the game and recheck all other issues we have. Okay, so please hold. Let's exit the game. Let's restart it. Okay. And honestly, that last week was real crazy because I had to, like, I had 7 hours of sleep a day and the rest of it was just work. Because I am kind of testing for another work. Oh, yeah, sure, feel free though. No, my 10k challenge, I did not beat it. I stumbled at 9,600 and something zombies, and I didn't complete the 10,000 kills from CDDA start. Which was kinda sad, and I'm still recovering from, well, recovering mentally before trying to start this challenge again. But next time I do it, maybe I'll do it on streams. Though... Oh, professional graphics designer, that is a good occupation. Though from what I hear about the games development, that on one hand is a proficiency that is very sought after, but then at the same time there's like insane requirements, and if you're just well, if you don't have a lot of experience and a huge portfolio, people would not be even oh. Okay, Jack, thank you for being so vigilant. Well, I'm not sure if that is a good thing here on to do here on stream. But yeah, if you want to share your art, I don't see reasons why not. Okay. But once again, I might be not the most useful person to share it with, because like, I'm just one dude. Okay, so the camper still spams something at me. Okay, let's... Oh, well, Discord is an issue, because I live here in Russia and our government decided that they don't like Discord being used by some people communicating through it that were not above the board, so the Discord is now banned. There are some ways to go around it, like using VPNs, but I just didn't bother. Okay, so the rear window, that is not rear doors. Yep, the rear doors are now causing this issue. Cheats. Let's set it all straight. Yep, this door is... That door is kind of an issue here, so let's drop those doors here. Oh, actually, is it the door or is it the lights? Let's disable lights. Oh, shoot. Yes, I got distracted. Oh man. Yeah, I'm really bad at that, all that streaming stuff. Kind of maybe explains why I'm not getting monetized. Okay, anyway, here let's drop those parts that are gone, and let's make sure that the spam in fact was the rear door and not the lights, because we had this issue before. Yeah, the door is back, the lights are now the suspect, so left light is starting the spam. Please remove, and the right light is fine. Okay, so that is really weird, but what you gonna do about it? Okay, so that I don't need this rear door, and I don't need one of those light bulbs, because adding them from ground using cheats just didn't consume them properly. Okay. Do we have a problem with this rear window? Nope, the rear window also does not spam. But did it install? Vehicle, let's vehicle angles, rotate it around Y, and yep. The rear windows is still not here. Also, I kinda really like how this interior turned out. Even though I messed up when I was modeling it, so you didn't see the process, but I hope you like the result too. Okay. So, what can we do? Well, the window. When we reinstall it, does it tell us something here in chat? No, it does not. So let's check the the rear lights. We have the right light works fine. The left light does not. So if we open this door, yeah, that's animated properly. Good. Now that light. What do we have about them in scripts? Van Camper. So light rear left. Mesh. That matches all the way here. If we set it to be static, well, static is true, then it should not be dependent on those bones, and we should not be getting spam for it, but we should see its position. So that is one test. Okay, stop the game and restart it to use this, reload the scripts. Okay. The game is loading. Okay. Now we have this light bulb. here, well, the hood is open. That's just an advice in game. If you press E here to open mechanics window instead, it will close the hood. So you will have to hit E again, but you can just select this wrench and it will go to mechanics without closing the hood. That's one way to fix it. Let's enable cheats again and install this light bulb, which, well, the object is recognized and it's in the right position, but the only issue with it would be, like, the doors open, the light stays. That's, well, not the ideal behavior, but that's what we would expect because we set this static to be true here. So we know that this mesh exists, this mesh, that mesh is correct, and now the problem is with animations. So let's, let's set it back to false so we get the animations. Let's check this trunk left bone. Well, that right bone here is at the top. Here it's at the bottom. So what would happen if we switch the two? Not sure if that's any factor, but just a crazy theory. Let's, for the sake of it, switch the two in place. First left bone, then right bone. Okay. And double checking here. Headlight rear left is parented to same door rear as the rear right. And the names here, that shows me two occurrences, that also shows me two occurrences, and they are correct, rear left and rear right, so that should be fine. Save the script. Oh, hello Oliver. Well, I'm doing fine, and you don't need to write in translate, hopefully. And now I'm going to replay in Russian, just for the sake of it. Привет, дела нормально. Не обязательно тут писать транслитом, я думаю, что кириллица никого не испугает. Okay, so back to English. Some of the benefits or struggles of being bilingual. Okay. Anyway, close the game and restart it. Just to see which of those lights is giving us problem now. I low-key expect it to still be the left tail light, but if that's the right tail light, then I might have the idea how to fix it. Or not. But whatever. Okay. And after that, we still have the rear right door window to deal with. What benefits? I'm a bit confused. Okay. And yeah, just wanted to say it out loud. You guys in the chat being really talkative today, and I really appreciate it because it gets lonely making mods, so having an opportunity to chat with someone is much appreciated. Oh yeah, being a bilingual, that way a second. Well, that was unexpected. The game just decided to crash. But that was like the total total collapse, like it's out of memory. So I hope that restarting would help. So that probably just ran into some bad memory or got clash of memory there, and the response that it couldn't allocate more. Should not repeat itself. Oops. That's the right scene for now. Let's go on loading the game. If it crashes again, then we'll investigate the logs. Actually, just FYI, I'm now learning Portuguese, so maybe someday in future I'll be knowing 3 languages, which is also cool. Okay, now let's switch the game. Okay, can we walk? Cannot. Okay, so that is the same crash we had before. Like I said, if that happens, we have to go see the logs. Oh boy. Okay, let's go find the folder, which probably should have opened. Oops, no, not the right one. Should have opened it before starting the stream and recording. But anyway, log. Let's find it. No, not Lua. Logs. Debug log txt. Let's open. And that is a huge log, but we're interested in what happens at the bottom. Okay. So here we have texture, van box fire shell, slot core, blah, blah, blah. Stack trace, error date encountered. Okay. So Stack Overflow. So let's find where that spam began. Okay, so moving up, and okay, so that is the spam, and that's where it stops. So what happens before it? Okay, so no such measures rear window camper object. Okay, that is expected. And error code in OpenGL exception, error code 21281. Okay. Google, please tell me. OpenGL error code 1281. Okay. So what is this? Invalid value and generated if a value is incorrect. Okay, so now then the next message is related in some way to this texture with vanilla core plus textures, PZK van box fire shell. Okay, so that is the slot. Okay, so apparently the fire truck is still acting up. So let's comment it out. Let's save it and let's restart the game. Though I am absolutely not sure why this game started appearing now and wasn't appearing before when we tested the camper. But let's try and see. Okay. Oh, hello to even more people joining in. Please feel free to chat something. Okay, so the game, let's go and continue the game. Well, the fire truck not being animated now should stop this issue, but if it doesn't, then the fire truck is not to blame. And we know it. And yep, just in case you were wondering, this launch and crash is a routine part of mod making, so nothing to worry about. Okay, so that was something wrong with fire truck. And not just that. Okay, we crashed again. Cool. Going back here, let's close the previous log and see a fresh one. So what is it complaining about now? Okay, so those scripts are all fine, and that looks like a spam, and that should be where it started. Okay, so the same 1281 error. So texture is PZK van, well, ambulance shell. Okay, so now the ambulance is acting up with something here with texture. Okay, let's disable it also for this testing sake, and we'll save it, start the game. I guess, yeah, that makes sense that I crashed when I walked towards and was about to see the ambulance. Play. But why is that? Why would it crash here but wasn't crashing before? Because nothing changed about those textures or anything else. We haven't re-exported FBX, we haven't... Well, we only rearranged some models there. So... yeah, that is so mysterious. I kinda lost track about the original test I was going to make with the tail lights on the camper. And the camper mesh still missing is... Oh, I think I know why the camper window is missing. I will test it when we're done here. And that might require some, well, re-exporting one of the FBX files. Okay, so the game is getting loaded. Okay, and that is a bit unexpected because both of those lights are now working just fine. And I cannot say that I'm upset about it, but I'm really surprised about it. Okay. Okay. Now my theory about what's causing those windows to not appear. First, let's go to cheat, auto mechanics, save. Okay. Now Blender. Let's go to Blender scene here. Open this collection, find the rear window camper, and check the materials setting here. And as you can see, that mesh uses 2 materials. We only want it to use 1. So let's now check all those other models and see if any of them also have more than 1 material, because that would be bad. Okay. Okay. So far don't see any. Okay, yeah. All those are done. Okay, now after we remove this excess material, let's re-export it. That's the main FBX. Export. Go here and yep. There's the window. Switching back to game. Okay. So that is it. And well, it is now, I remember setting it to be static just for testing purposes. So that is going wrong here. Okay. Going back to test. Let's camper and check this model here. PZK van camper rear window. So that is fine. That should be static false. Nope, not that. Why does it keep reverting to another, well, to Cyrillic here? Okay, static false. The bones. That would also tell us something if that gives us trouble here. Okay, that should be fine. And now this door window. Rear door, rear right, window, rear right. Let's set this to be static here. Just for testing purposes, once again. And since the scripts are updated, we need to restart the game. Also, that gives me a frighten a bit, because if I'm running into a problem with the well, with the ambulance being fine when I see it on its own, but being not fine when I try to see it together with some other vehicles, that might indicate that this threshold for the number of meshes we discovered, that was indeed dependent on which vehicles we see. And if we see more vehicles that reference more bones, that we might go over the threshold in, well, situationally. Okay. If that's the case, we will have to rework this Vans file probably to separate the front windows, well, the front doors and hoods into one animated file, and then the rear doors, rear windows, trunks into a separate file. So split them like this. Might even save us some space overall, might not. Anyway, let's see it. Okay. So, the game here, I can see a problem. So, here you see the window did appear here, but that's the wrong window. That's the window from the van seats variant and not this van camper. And here, if we open this trunk, those windows are animated properly. Just peachy. Okay. Test, text, and let's see. So that window is the one we're referencing. that object is not the right object name. Okay, window, camper rear right. So that should be the object name here. And let's be optimistic and hope that once we fix this object name, that would go away too, that issue. Okay. So save the script, and now we need to restart the game. Oops, sorry. Start the game. Got a bit distracted. Oh, I don't know what notification was that, but sorry if that was too loud. A bit of a downside of borrowing someone else's computer to stream. Okay, so the game, let's load it. Okay. So now, no, that's still the wrong window. Did I forget to save the script? I kinda expect me to be that dumb. And nope, the script is saved. Window camper rear right, okay. Yeah, that's because I'm dumb in a different way. I accidentally pasted it to a different window. And I didn't get upset because it was rear left and I want to replace rear right. And that one should be now non-static. Okay, yeah, I'm really good at it. By the way, hello, Five Pebbles. That I suspect you are a fan of Rain World. Because I haven't played it myself, but my son is a big fan and he's like told me a lot about the lore, and I know that that's a kind of a big thing in this world, well, Rain World setting. Okay. Oh. Okay. Let's get the game. Anyway, yeah, those look like the right doors now. Give it a moment. Yeah. So the doors look all right. They don't spam. Well, okay. Uh, let's get ourselves a key here. So enable cheats, get key. So we can I said open the doors. Okay. So the doors are open, the windows are now properly animated, the rear windows are properly animated, the front doors are properly animated. Everything is cool. Oh, by the way, wanted to check it quite a while ago. Okay, so we have those rear seated positions. And here, well, yeah, the character is invisible on those, and that is acceptable to me. So one thing might be to put some seats and make characters seated inside while they're seated, but that I kinda like this a bit less and less the more I deal with it. Okay, so the camper now is working fine. Next thing should be to spawn a vehicle. PZK vans. Let's go for a multivan. Okay, so that is spamming something on us. So let's double check what that would be. So, rear windows, rear lights, no. Rear window, nope. Rear door, nope. A rear right window is nope. Rear right door is nope. Okay. Rear left window. Okay, so that window is still something here. What is it? Oh, wait. So the rear left window is what is causing the spam at this moment. Okay. Let's try to reinstall the rest. Rear right door. Install. The door is fine. The window is... What is this window? Is it the front right window? Yes, it's the front right window. Okay, so the front right window is parented incorrectly. That is one thing. And the front right door... Actually, let me... yeah. Let's give ourselves those cheats so we don't accidentally die of those vehicle parts poisoning. Angles, rotate around Y. Here, okay. So for some reason we don't have this door here. Rear right door, install. Oh, that's the front right door. That would be why. Okay, so the rear right door is this one. And that one we can install. Rear right window we can install. No spam. Okay, rear doors. Install. No spam. Rear window. Please. Install. Okay. So that is a bit problematic here. We might need to change those models up a bit, because if we uninstall this window, there shouldn't be those cutouts here, and I guess on the other side as well. Yeah. Those should be, well, those are not windows on this vehicle here, on this multivan. Okay. Oh, more objects, more problems. Anyway, let's... tail lights, those are fine. Are they animated? Yes, they are. Okay, so it's just this rear left window that is giving us trouble. Cool, let's fix it. So first of all, let's try to see what we have in the script. Well, the camper we're done with, the brick we don't need. And do we have a separate, well, seat for multivan, or what is it using? So the multivan is van seats A. So van seats animated. Door rear left, door rear right, window rear left. So that is the window. Door rear left, the same bone. That object looks fine. Parts, door front left, door front right, door rear left. That's the part name, correct. Window front left, window front right, window rear left. That is, yeah, the correct bone here. That one we have two references. Okay, so that is fine. Do we get rid of this trouble if it isn't animated? Window rear left. Let's set it to static true. Save. Check the... well, restart the game. Okay. Stopping. Playing. So loading back the game. Okay, well, the window is still missing, but there's a totally valid reason for it, because it's actually missing. So let's install it back in. And the window appears to be correct window in correct position, so... well... but since it's static now, it wouldn't animate together with this door. Well, that is a bit disappointing that it worked here, but let's check it in Blender now. Here, let's disable everything. Let's hide the armature too. And let's find the window. Which one is it? It's default one, rear left. That should be it. Okay. That is one thing. Does it have correct settings? Okay, rear left door bone. Does it match them here? Window, rear left door bone. Okay, so the script name matches it here. Does it have all the vertices set up? Let's deselect. Yeah, Nothing selected when we deselected this. A to select again, deselect, okay. So that is fine. Why give us trouble then? And why doesn't this rear right window give us trouble? Okay. Animations. Let's get this door rear left. Yeah. That window is properly linked to this spawn. Okay. So nothing to fix here. And on one hand, yeah, nothing to fix sounds like a good thing. In reality, no. No, I'd prefer to know what's going on. Okay. Anyway. What else can we check with this window? And I'm kind of worried again. Let's test it. Let's get a bit diverted from this test and check something else. Okay, so now I go here to this ambulance. I don't see any other vehicles near me. They are all far away. So let's exit game here. Now, that being done, let's re-enable ambulance and fire truck here. Save it, and after that is done, let's launch the game. Okay, oh, yeah, sorry, always forget to press the second button. And sitting and waiting for the game to launch while it is waiting for me to confirm that I want it to launch. Oh. Well, that was a bit nervous. I was one misclick away from ending the stream. Thankfully, I missed it. Okay, so now... Okay, so I apparently wasn't far enough away from those vehicles, and that is causing the crash now. Okay, okay. So the game still is crashing. Let's disable this camper animation and those animated variants and animations for the brig, and only leave this box, armature and fire truck. Okay. Let's save it. Let's get in here. So my bad for this keeping you on the offline game stream, but yeah, the game is starting again. And let's see. Okay, so that is our ambulance. That is now getting animated. No problems. So there's no issues to fix with ambulance itself. Okay. Fire truck here also should be animated now. Yeah, it is. No worries with the fire truck on its own. Now, main spawn vehicles, PZK van box spawn. Okay, so that is a box van. Animations here. Okay, so that is, even though that wasn't spawned before, now it doesn't cause an issue. Okay, was it just somewhere close enough already? No, I don't think so. Okay, so that being animated now. Oh, but it was enabled as being animated before. So that is... And since I figured out the threshold, I did re-enable those animations. So that might what have pushed us past the threshold. Okay. Okay. So what do we do? Let's reorganize this. Let's reorganize our Blender collections again. First, let's make sure that I don't accidentally starve by re-enabling cheats, and keep the music in the background just for fun of it. Okay, so apparently there is a limit to how many objects I can have referenced from one file. And when all those variants are enabled, we get past this threshold because of how many of those we reference from this fence. Okay. How do we want to deal with it? One thing that might be a good start is this van box and box ambulance and box fire trucks. Because in Blender, here, let me show you this collection. We have a separate, yeah, let's disable those two. We have their own variant of box hood. We have their own version of the front doors. We have the front, well, those lights, rears. Okay, those are statics actually. They can go whatever. We have their own windows. And we have their own, like, yeah, and I believe even the windshield should have its own version. Does it not? Window. Is the windshield shared? Yeah, the windshield also is specific for box truck. So we can make all those parts for the box variants into their own export and remove them from this one. Okay. And maybe even optimize the armature around them. So to only have the relevant bones and animations. That would save us quite a significant amount of overlap and maybe bring this exports to below the threshold. So what do we do? First, let's save this file. Let's then make a copy of this file and name it vanbox blend. Okay. Save as. Okay. And that now should only keep the items relevant for this box truck. Now those two lights are fine. Those ones, yeah, they can be gone. Seats we have, those are not relevant for the box truck. Well, front and right seats are relevant, but they are actually shared and static, so we can keep them in just the main vans file. Okay, so those are not relevant, those are not relevant. The interior. Interior is shared, but that is once again static, so we can reference it from another export, no problems. So let's delete this interior. So the interior cargo, interior seats, interior camper, none of that matters. Basic windshield, be gone. Now those basic, those rear doors for the 4-door van, cargo van. Okay, so those can go away. Door camper, basic front left doors, rear left doors. Okay, so all that can go away. That all as well. Lights, bed, rear. Okay, are those the same? No. Those can go away, but the lights for the box ambulance stay. Those lights also go away. Rear windows. Well, the basic rear window is not relevant, but this box ambulance rear windows, yeah, those stay. Camper rear windows goes. Rear window basic, rear window seats. Trunk box. Okay, so the rolling shutter and those double doors for ambulance, they stay. This trunk can go. So those two base meshes stay, all of those can go. Those windows go. Camper, window front left, window rear left. Okay, so all of that we just cleaned up massively. Now, we also have this armature here. So that armature has some bones here and meshes. Well, some of those bones we no longer need. Yes, I did save it as a copy of the van box, so I'm not playing an elephant in a china shop. So yeah, that would have been bad to delete all those meshes without backing up the file. Though, just in case that ever happens to you, Blender does automatically back up each file when you open it. So it creates a copy and names it Blender 1. If you rename it back to just Blender, well, the blend file, and give it some name, that's the backup when you last opened it. So it's not always perfect, but it's better than nothing, and it would have been salvaging from this situation like this. Anyway, here we have some bones we don't actually need. So let's go to edit mode. This rear right door bones, that doesn't exist on this truck. Okay, so that one can go. Hood bone, yeah, that bone, it does exist, but we might want to move it a bit. Trunk left bone, trunk right bone. Those bones, they seem like they exist actually. With this armature, let me show you. Viewport display, set it in front. Now we have like an X-ray mode and we always see all the bones. That makes this editing a bit more convenient. So this trunk right bone, that is a bone that sounds like we might want to keep it for the ambulance variants, but in fact those are the bones for the ambulance. And this bone we don't want. So let's delete this bone. Let's delete this bone. Now what else do we have? This rear left door bone. Yeah, that's also not useful here. Rear right camper bone and rear right camper door. Okay, so those are for the camper variant. Don't need those bones. Rear left door bones. Those are, well, if we delete just those, we'll have those windows to keep. So drop those to, okay. And now we are down to just the bones we use. Next thing. Select this armature, go to animations mode. So, door rear left closing. Well, we have no rear doors. So, if we select everything here and delete it and select all the bones, well, there is nothing here to animate. So let's drop this clip. Yeah, let's unshield it and unshield this. Okay, so here we unselected all the bones for this rear right. It still has some keyframes here because it no longer knows that those should be enabled only when the bones is selected, because there is no bones here. Okay, drop all those, and we have, yeah, the vehicle bone here. That is still referenced, but we don't need this animation clip, so let's just unlink it. So now those zeros here, that means that those clips, they still exist. They are unlinked, but they will not be saved in a file. Okay, so now window rear left, that is also an animation that we no longer need. Let's unshield and unlink it. So, and it has something else referencing it. I wonder what it is. But I guess it's, yeah, we have some of those tracks here. Okay. Let's clear this animations data. And yeah, now that is a correct 0. Cool. The front doors, front left windows. Okay, let's check this front door. That is animating properly. That is just fine. Okay. Front right door. That is fine. Now hood. Hood is animating, but there's the issue with the pivot point. So I want those two corners to stay where they are. But they are not, because the bone is not in the perfectly correct place. So to fix it, let's find this hood object, go to editing mode, select this vertex and this vertex, Shift S cursor to select it, and that is the position we want the bone to be. Okay, Now exit edit mode, select armature, enter edit mode, select this bone, Shift S and move selected to cursor. Now this bone is positioned correctly. Animations, and you see that now this pivot for the hood opening is, well, looks better. And I feel like we're getting some clipping issues here, but that's not going to be too much of a problem. So that is acceptable. Next. That is going to be fun. So we have, if we select all bones, we have a lot of animations data in this clip. But if we disable all bones, yeah, here we have just those bones, well, the remnants of the bones we deleted. So press A here, drop all those keyframes. Now select all bones, make sure that this animation data is still here. It is. Now this window here. No bones selected. No remnants, but the animations work fine. Okay. That should give us the everything we need. So that should be our new export. Let's enable both of those collections and armature here. In fact, let's move all those in here and get rid of this collection. And maybe even move those two now back here. Get rid of this one. So yeah, that is fine. File export FBX. So we want it to be like a van box FBX. Default settings and export. Now going to script. Let's check. Okay, I want disable all of those and start editing. We have van box here. I believe it's just van box, yes. Oh, I forgot to switch to text, but found that only when van box is the name. Is it? Yeah, that's 1.1 megabytes. Let's go to text for real now. And here, this is the file name we want to reference for all those models. That goes here, that internal, yeah, that currently is in vans 2. Yeah, probably will move it back to the main vans. This door front left is from the van box. Door front right is van box. Windows are also from van box. Hood is from van box. Windshield is from van box. Seats, yeah, those are default ones. I don't want to move them. Lights, front lights are from van box. Rear lights are also from van box. Oops. This whole thing. Okay, so that should cover that one. And van box ambulance, same deal here. That is from van box. Those doors are from van box. The rear window is from van box. And the rear lights are also from van box. That makes sense. Now, let's fix the basic file. Okay, let's go back to Blender. So that file, let's save it, and now open recent PZK events here. So that is now need to get rid of everything we saved in this other file. So those lights for the box variant, they go away. This windshield, it goes away. The interior, yeah, all of that stays here. Now, the doors here. Well, yeah, we can... the armature, okay. We can drop those. We can drop this hood. We can drop those rear lights. We can drop those rear lights. We can drop those base meshes. We can drop those windows. Is that all? No. We also have those two trunks here. Okay. That... yes, and this rear window. Drop it from everything here. Okay. That was a bit cathartic, but let's not forget that we now need to get rid of some of the bones in the armature. Same deal here, but now we only deal with the bones that are specific for the box variant. So those would be those two ambulance bones. Oops. And all of those bones. Does L select work here? Not sure it does, but let's make sure. Yeah, that works fine. Okay, so those bones are the ones we want to delete. The rest of them we are so far using in one way or another. Okay, that might not save us from overflowing, but I hope it might. Next, there are no animations clip we want to get rid of, but this trunk, that now has a bunch of those remnant keyframes. The game doesn't know, well, the Blender does not know what to do with, so we just drop them. That's one. And there's nothing in the doors, hood, or other things. Okay, so that should be fine. Layout, save. So that is for our main file. Okay. Now with those, do we risk putting them in one collection, or we keep them as two files? I would probably keep them as two files for now. So let's enable all of this. Let's disable all of this. And that is going to be our file export FBX. Okay, vans to FBX. We only want armature mesh, visible objects, and in animations, drop those. Actually, since we're no longer worried about this rolling shutter animations, I can drop this forced start and end keyframes. That is going to save us some space too. Okay, so save those static bits. Someone is shooting. Okay, so export all of that. Now switch this off, switch this on in its entirety, and file, export FBX. That's just PZK events, same deal, export. And well, before it was 2.7 megabytes. Now that is just 0.7 megabytes. By getting rid of this checkbox, we decreased the size of the export by 2 megabytes. Well, not just that, because we have also got rid of a bunch of bones, but you see how that kind of saves us space, this rearrangement. Anyway, those are fine. Let's go to export, and I believe now we want some of those items we kept as just usual vents. They remain in vents too. So let's reflect it here. Interior vents 2. Vent box, vent box, vent box. Okay. Save the script. Be bold and brave and save all those animations and restart the game. Okay, please hold. Okay, and let's play. Well, that took the game a bit longer than I expected. Probably that's because of a new FBX it wasn't familiar with. Anyway, getting ready to load. Okay, so now we see a light rear left object that is somewhere missing. I'm not sure which one, but we did not crash and we don't suffer from spam. We get animations here. We got animations here. Okay, let's... Yep, that one is animated too. Okay, that's clocked. Never mind, that's the same animations. Here, let's... vehicle... Let's rotate it like this. So that animation works fine, and it's kind of positioning everything correctly. This one is animated. So let's open this door. Open this. I said open this door. Okay, that is fine. The seats are in. This one, doors open. Though I'm not sure why they do it instantly. Because that snap animation here is what is causing this infamous bug with the fancy handwork, and not sure what to do about it. Okay, so those are opened. Actually, that gives me an idea. That is only related to the rear door, and that might be something. And this one, yeah, that also has this animation. Is this door getting animated? No, not the door, this one. Yeah, the window's still stuck, okay. Okay. But we have all the vehicles animations enabled and we don't crash, so that solution seemed to work and was sufficient. Which gives me a lot of hope. Anyway, spawn vehicle, let's PZK van. We also have this McCoy van. We also have a police van. We also have a taxi van. Do we have it? Okay, let's try to find it. Van seats taxi. Yeah, that should be how it is called. Okay. So that van seats taxi is a bit botched. Should still have this hood animation. Also, one more thing, yeah. Here I see some problem with this mesh on this camper. You see this gray sticking out. I suspect I have something wrong with geometry, because it's not a thing on other van variants. Only on this on this van with 4 seats. So, what do we do? So you have, okay, so you have left, middle, right doors here. So for rear left and rear right. And that one is, that's rear left, rear right doors. Okay. Okie dokie. So that means something. Does it? Okay. So let's, yeah, forgot. Cheats. Let's not die. And go to Blender. So, let's keep this separation of static and animated models here and see what we have to do to fix those vents. So on one side, for the vents that are police vents and have the holes here. Oh, do we have it here? Okay. Oh, that's a taxi van also. And the police van, is it this one? Yeah, it doesn't have light bars. Should it, though? That's a good question. So for now, to check it, I'm going to disable my animations for the police van, and then on next load I will check if it has the light bars or if it is in fact missing. So that's just a minor thing for testing. Next, for now, we have those vans that look similar here with a multivan or police van that doesn't need those rear windows, and a taxi van that does. So this van needs to have those windows filled in. Do we have a material here? Van seats shell. Okay, do we have a van police shell? Yeah, this one. Okay, so you see those windows, they need to be fixed. To fix them, oh, Blender, please don't go. Okay, thank you for confirming that. I forgot to have this light bar. Do I have it in components here? Don't think so. Okay, that is bad. Could have been better. Not the end of the world. Okay, let's check, set this collection to start. Let's import FBX. I believe this is the folder we want to look in, and go then this van light bar. Okay, so that probably what we want. Oh, we have a van light bar. Yeah, we have this van for police. Okay. That is good. I'm just referencing the wrong base model. So that is a good thing. We don't need those two objects. Let's drop them. Okay, so this police van with light bar, it needs to use this rear window model and not this rear window model, because that one kind of has the walls here. But we still need this rear window model for the taxi, because the taxi, it has those windows open. Okay, so instead of just dropping that, I need to go edit here, select I'll select those two, now duplicate and separate them into their own object. That is one thing. Now we have those fillers. Let's make sure, yeah, I selected the wrong facing ones. Fix it by flipping them. And now we can get, where is it? This one, police light bar. We can merge it in here, but not just here. By the way, is it? Okay, so that's the only thing here. But it can be actually made part of this model here. So if I make this, if I make this model here part of this one, Control J will just merge them together, and now mesh, clean up, merge by distance, just so it is welded in. Also, so I can just move those up here, move those up here, and even simplify geometry a bit further. Like this. Okay. So that is good. Now, this light bar, okay, yeah, apparently it already inherits from this van seats. So it already have those filled in, but the taxi here, that I accidentally now removed because it was relying on the same van seats here. Well, that's unfortunate. Let's undo a lot of stuff here. So how can we deal with both of those two cases? So we want to have a version where those sides here have a hole. So let's duplicate it and split it into its own object. So that is one thing. And then we also want to have a variant that does not have those holes. So let's slide those. Oops. Yeah. Let's weld those vertices together. Now slide it out like so. I'll disable this one. Same stuff here. Weld vertices. And slide them out. Okay, and now those two faces, they also get separated into their own object. And I want to make this model here. Okay, this one here, rename it as component of a vehicle van's base. Well, no, not NACE, base. And since that is now named component, I want to move it into the components collection. However, no, not so fast. So first, let's make a copy of it. Not make a copy of it. Why? I'm just running around like a headless chicken a bit. Okay, never mind. Let's make a copy of this light bar. Let's go here. Let's actually no, I don't need this copy here. I want this to be just a light bar. This one I want add, destroy this object. Now this one. It already has this array here with a cab and rear door frame, but I don't want those. I want those sides to be merged together with this van seat space, and that gives us the full thing here. Just double checking this van seats. Does it have the merge? Okay, it does, but apparently there's still some gap here. Okay. Cab. Okay, so that looks like there's no more gap. Let's disable it. Now, that one. We want to name it, well, the same it was named before, like van seats. Okay, now this light bar object, that can be composed together, but instead of referencing this base, we now want to reference this new seats. That is all good. Now, this taxi here. That is interesting, because here we have only this geometry, but we want it to also have this side part here. So Control J, nope. Oh, yeah, make it visible. This bit here, it doesn't need those arrays. And we can merge it in. So now that is a full van, but once again, we have to delete, well, get rid of some of those materials. This whole mesh is now one material, and it has the holes for the windows, while this one does not. Cool. And a good thing is we did not add any more models that we're going to export, which makes me happy. So anyway, remake it all visible, file save, file export, FBX, FBX vans, export. Good. Next thing to do is go to scripts. Since we confirmed that police bar has light bar, then yeah, we can re-enable it, so we don't have to check it. We are not dealing with van box, we are not dealing with van brig, we are dealing with van seats. So that has this van seats model here just fine. It has the rear window here, van seats. Currently it uses rear window seats. We wanted to use basic rear window. Actually no. This basic rear window, we're referencing it here in McCoy. So we can use this model in this script instead of referencing this one. That is here. Okay, now save it. That should do the trick for the van seats. Van police. Okay, so those two are wrong. So for one thing, we want to use this van's light bar base model here, and we want to use van taxi model in here. Then we cannot keep this template as the same one for both, because they're going to use different rear windows. So we need to make a copy of this. So let's Control C, Control V, let's name it this one, let's rename it into van taxi. It is always an R, so no need to mention that. So here that is not relevant for taxi. That door, we can reference it from both, it's not specific for taxi. So rear door, yeah, that's also something not specific for taxi. So this van, let's name this template as a van taxi. Animate doors, and it goes all the way, but here for this van seats, I actually need to move this window definition. Since we're not using it in this file, no need to keep it in this file, but we will be using it here. So that one here is correct. That one is using this vehicle van window rear seats here. Fine. This one for police no longer needs this base model for taxi. It can keep the rest because they have to be defined somewhere, but once again, window rear, windshield rear, that should be like the, oops, not van seats, but a base van variant from here. Windshield rear, this one. Okay, save this. All of those are saved, so now let's restart the game. And stop it. Play, play. Also, I'm kinda upset that in Project Zomboid, light bars are like a static part of only police or other emergency vehicles, because it would have been cool to be able to just take the light bar off one of the vehicle and install it on another. Okay, don't you think so? Because for some reason you can take a hood of a van and then put it on a pickup truck, which kinda stretches credulity a bit, but you cannot detach a light bar. Why? Okay. So what do we have here? The police van, it has the light bar now. Oops, sorry. Forgot to switch the game. Let's wait till it loads. Okay. So yeah, police van, it has the light bars now. It doesn't have this hole here, though. That probably has to do with, oops, with the window being intact. So if we remove this rear window, yeah, let's give us cheat powers, rear window. Yeah, that stays here, but that one fixes it. Okay. Taxi, I forgot to deal with the middle window problem, and it has a problem with this rear window, while the rear window is here. That is kind of upsetting. And the favorite bug is here. Well, the interior is gone. That is one thing for McCoy. And it is missing this side here. So what is it? What's happening here? I guess that was also referencing the van seats, which we then created to this van seats base with those cut out. And that's why it is missing it now. Okay, so going to Blender. Let's see, van, hide everything. Let's show this van. Yeah, here you see those cutouts because in this array, yeah, we're referencing the base. I want you to reference this van seats new one. Okay. That should fix this problem. In fact, if we... Okay. If we enable all of this and re-export, it should get fixed in without restarting the game. So game, and yeah, this side is now fixed. Okay, so that one, yeah, here also no hole. That one is static. That we have to fix as well. Okay, now this one. Going to text. Van seats. Well, first thing first. window rear left static, let's set it to false. I hope that will remove the problems we had with before we split the FBX in two. So that should fix one of those. Now next, taxi. Here we have those rear or middle doors. So we have door front left, door front right, those are correct. And this one is door middle left and door middle right. I'm going to reference those models as they are the same, but that is a bit of an issue here. Well, window rear left. Once again, it's the window middle left now and window middle right now, and they're parented to door middle left and right. But that is one thing. Next thing here in animations. Before we could reuse this, well, we had this taxi ID here. That is just a copy of police. That is not going to fly now, because this is a different script. So that needs to be not just those 4 doors to windows. We need to dig into those utility scripts. And yeah, that is one thing I discovered recently. We can clamp those too here to make this file much more readable. Well, at least less scroll. Okay, so we want those door sections, and I guess that is the van seats doors is the layout we want. So we have engine door, door front left, door front right, door middle left, door middle right, and front left and front right windows. Well, those animations we actually don't have. Why are they being mentioned here? I'm not sure, because no van seats ever has those animations. And do we even get an option for those? Let's get the key. Please give me the key. And I want to board this van. Okay, and yeah, we have ability to roll down those windows. Well, that is a little bit unfortunate because we don't animate those. And I'm not animating those in the main mode, but since that is a thing here, let's make this animation. Why not? So, how do those windows animate? From what I seen from among the vans I rode here in Russia at least, rather than the whole window being all sliding inwards or somewhere, there's a gap across the window and part of it is slides sideways. So let's see here. This window rear left. Okay. So that is the gap here. So I want to first of all clean up merge by distance so both layers are one temporarily. Select this edge, dissolve edge, and why is that? Let's hide everything else. Okay. So that window, yeah, I accidentally ruined it. Okay, let's roll back a bunch. So, how do we get rid of this diagonal if dissolving it for some reason breaks the whole mesh? The way we can do it is make a knife cut from here into this corner here. Now take this vertex and use slide to move it to the corner. Done. That is now fine. Next thing I want to do is Control R and point at this edge so we can like cut it across the middle. And well, it doesn't have to be exactly middle, but if you want it to be, you press 0 and then it locks it in place. So okay, 0. I'm really sorry to hear that, miss. Anyway. Now, this should be a separate submesh, so we want to move it independently. So we select it, Alt-M, and separate selection. So now that's a separate submesh, which we can animate using a bone. Well, we don't have a bone to animate it yet, so we need to add one. So those two bones, let's put cursor between those selected. Select armature, Shift A to select the bone. This bone named rear left window bone. Okay, so that should be fine. Let's make the size of this bone more manageable. And that's it. So now this window here, it is... oh, no, that's not it. This bone is also going to be parented to this rear left door bone. So this one. That is one thing, and now this object here, let's go to edit mode, let's select this bit here and remove it from the rear left door bone, but add rear, rear left window bone and assign it here. Okay, so now this is fine, and if we go to pose mode and grab this bone, well, no, not this bone, this one, this half of the window gets moved, and the animation we aim for is like move it along y-axis to like this. Let's re-enable the door, so that's how it looks like. This is how the window is getting opened. We might want to articulate this this split between those windows a bit better, and to do that we want to fiddle around with UVs a bit. Okay, how do we want to do that? How do we want to do this? Okay, so yeah, of course, because we're in this edit mode here, we have to exit it. Now we go to object mode, now we select this object and go to edit mode here. I got a bit tripped up by this object here. Okay, so if we want to articulate this edge here, we might want to go to this texture and move this bit here, like Control Y, G by Y, and why don't you let me move it further? I am absolutely baffled. Okay, GX this way. Okay, so that way we make an edge of this moving part of the window visible here, but that also kind of messes up this bit here. Well, it can mess this up a bit, make it more noticeable, but in this case I think that's bearable. So let's select this, go into pose mode again, and Alt G. So that is going to be our animation here. Oh, so that dives in there. Okay. Yeah, that is not the effect I want, and maybe we should do this the other way around, actually. Select this one, UV editing, and move this one up here. And then another thing I want to do is layout here. Okay, so that kind of looks similar to what I want. Here, move by Y. Yeah, so that kind of slides on the inside, the way they usually do. Okay, that looks decent enough for me. So that is our new rear windows. Cool. That window now is here. It is rigged. It has this visual cue where it will split. Now we want to create an animation clip for it. So select the armature. It doesn't need to be pose mode. Animations here. Let's find the clips. Window, rear left, open. Okay. For some reason we already had... Which one is this? Bad. For some reason we had the animation clip already created for, I guess it is this truck here, but only for the left window. So a bit at a loss. But this clip already being created is good news for us. So we just take this bone here. We make it, well, that's the closed position here. So we want to save this keyframe here. And that is the open position here. We want it to move by y-axis to like this. And save it. So now that's our animation. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Now the other door here. So, same deal. Now, that... Oh, also I forgot. That window is no longer double-sided, which is kind of bad for us, but let's just select all, duplicate, Alt-N, flip, and that actually should have inherited all the animations data, but apparently it did not. Well, oops. Oh, no, it actually did. I was just in edit mode. So yeah, this is the closed position. That is the open position. There's some blinking going on here, which I'm not fond of. And to fix it, we can move this, well, edit this a bit more. So, first thing to do would be to take this edge and move it. Oh, yeah. And again, should have done it before I duplicated it here. Okay, so here. So we want those two to have a bit of an overlap. Okay, so how do we want to do this? If I just move it, that will mess up the UVs here. Oh, it's not by much, but by a noticeable amount. If I move just this one, still confused. Okay, let's move this one by z-axis to 1. And yeah, that's because I have already duplicated it. So now, are they unique now? Move by z by 1? No, they are not. And okay. Nope. Okay, so now they're unique. Okay, that is good. So first thing first, this one. I want it to move by z by 1. And I want this edge to move towards those vertices here. Okay, let's select this edge, duplicate it, and move by z by 1 here. So I wanted to those to move towards these vertices here. So to do this, we can make those rails kinda. Oops, F, not G. And now those two can slide. Can they slide? Why they don't slide, I'm not sure. This edge can, well, can slide here, but for some reason there are more vertices in here. Mesh clean up, merge by distance, nope. Why is it not working? Okay, so we can slide now. And this one, but this one cannot. Okay, so they can slide individually, they cannot slide together. Wow, that's fun. Okay. So we can slide them like this. So they are about the same. Now those two. X, delete those vertices. This one, let's edit its UVs and get this to move by X into here. Okay. So that window makes sense again. Okay, so that one, move, oops. Select this one, move Z -1. Okay, so here we have this overlap and a bit of Z fighting, which isn't good. That's not good at all. But if we select this one now, we can Okay. KO. KO. Okay, let's move it along z-axis by 1. So we can now comfortably select just this edge and move it by x into this direction is positive 0.001. Okay, so just move it in a bit. L, move by z by -1. So here, no z fighting anymore. And okay, so animation wise, yeah, no z fighting either. So that is good. Next bit here, let's select this all, let's duplicate it, let's flip it. Exit editing mode, and this window, yeah, from the inside it also looks like it's getting opened. Good. Good, good, good. So that window is now officially done, with this door being, oops, next. So, same deal with the window. I suspect, well, first of all, let's mesh cleanup merge by, said mesh cleanup merge by distance. Now knife from this corner to this edge and slide this vertex into the corner. That's just a square now. We can split it in half. Get it exactly 1/2. But now this one, Alt M, split this selection, move it by Z at 1. Take this edge, duplicate it, move it by Z by 1. So this vertex and this vertex get joined. Those two vertices also get joined. Yes, thank you, printer, for sending a loud notification. I'll be sure to ignore it. Okay, so they kind of line up to be vertical. That is fine. Now this one, UV editing. I need those vertices to be kinda in here. So those vertices now begun. Those, oops, no, not knife, L, move by Z1 negative. That is here. Okay. Now that thing here, let's take this edge and move it by x-axis at 0, 0, 1 negative. So there is no z fighting here, and we can Shift as move cursor to selected. That's going to be the bone position for the new bone. So add new bone, name new bone, rear right, window bone. Well, caps lock was not needed. Okay, so that bone is now parented to... Where is the rear right door bone? Rear right door bone, okay. That is fine. Set the size to something better. Okay. Copy this bone name. Go here. Groups. And paste it here. So that one is no longer belongs to this group, but belongs to this one. Now select all, duplicate, Alt N, flip. Okay, so this is the bone editing, and now we have animation. Well, we have this rear left door animation. We don't have rear right door animation for some reason. So let's make a copy of this one. Let's window rear right open. Okay. So while that should have this bone here animated, oh, that's one thing that we want animated. I suspect we also want this window here, rear right window from the bed truck. Those will be animated too. Oh, a bit later. After we deal with this one, this animation should be simple. Take this bone, save closed position, move to end frame. Let's get this textured view, move by y-axis, like so, and save this position and rotation here. Okay. So one thing I notice, since we copied them here, if we select all bones, yeah, we have vehicle bone, this, and those two rear left window bones. So we don't want them to be here. And I noticed because this bone was moving before in the timeline, and I don't want it to. Now that door and window are good, but we have this window and this door that also need to be here. So that window bone, save its closed position, move to open, and that rolls down by Z axis. Now let's move it by X axis till it gets kinda here. Let's set the cursor in here and pivot point around the cursor, rotate around Y to hide it inside. That's your final position here. Okay, so that bone is now also animated. Save. So that is good. Re-enable everything here. And file. Save file export FBX. PZK events export FBX file. Okay. One thing to check actually is let's postpone it to after we restart the game to check the middle doors. Okay, so this is the game, but we now want to exit. Please hold while the game is restarting. And play. Okay. Okay. So this didn't help and we're getting some spam now. So the spam is happening when I see the police and the taxi. And it stops when I stop seeing police one. So I guess that is what's causing the spam here. Oh, and I know why that is. Because we added window animations, but we forgot to change the scripts and even save some of this. So I'll let it spam in the background, though I will sorry. I will make sure I don't starve while the game is in the background. And let's see. Okay. And go to text. So first things first. This profile here, that what goes here in this van taxi. So and save it. So now this taxi knows to use it. Also, it should use its own template here. That one. So that should be the problems with the, we have with taxi. Now this spam. We have those windows, window rear left, window rear right. Those are fine, but they only expect to use those the bones of the door. And I want them to reference both door bone and window bones now. So that is one thing that is giving us spam. Another thing is their parts definitions here. Because window rear left. Actually, no, they already have those parents set up because, yeah, they were moving together. So that should be all of it. Well, all of the problem we have. And well, now we can restart the game to check it. Make sure everything here is saved. Everything is, so let's stop the game. And let's play it again. Okay. Let's see if anything is better. Okay, so those middle windows, middle doors, middle windows, those kinda are better. Not perfect though. So that window here, well, that is locked. Main spawn vehicle cheats. Please get me the key. Okay, so those are not getting animated properly too. And that one is also not animated. Well, that kinda stinks. Why is it? Van seats. Window rear left, static false. Window rear right, static false. Do we have the same problem with rear right windows actually? Well, let's check it. We have a tiny drop of gas, so we can turn ourselves. Okay. So first of all, for some reason lights are there, and that one, well, that looks kinda, it is getting animated, but it got stuck in the wrong position. Can we jump here? We can. Okay, and the animation here is not working. Okay, does it... Okay, so that bone is not in the correct spot. Oh, joy. Window rear left. Window rear right. Did I export it all? I believe I did. Okay. So that window position here is really indicative of it not reading the bone data correctly. But why does it not read it correctly? Okay, and I also want to check one thing here. Vehicle angles, rotate around Y. This way, okay. Let it be this way. Sit. Get on board. Move here. V and roll down. Okay, so that window now is fine. That window we have animated correctly now. Okay, remove vehicle. That vehicle angles, rotate. Okay, so here we are missing the interior bit and the rear window bit. and I wasn't noticing it before. Well, joy. That's something. Let's open McCoy, rear window obj from the trunk left and trunk right bones, trunk right and trunk left. And okay, and here that is not set to correct parent. Okay. So we should copy it from here and set it here. And the interior I believe should be... Oh. Yeah. Not default one that we define, I believe, in here. That's the internals, yes. So I want McCoy to use its own internals. And those would be... this one, interior cargo. Then McCoy. That should be in here. Oops. So that's those problems dealt with. Now, next, let's... PZK van police. Spawn. We have this spam. Let's try to pinpoint which part is causing it. Rear left window. That's gonna be my first guess. Yep. That is fine. Open the door. Can't see inside, but I see that there's like a light here. So I guess the rear lights are also not properly connected. Vehicle angles UI. Rotate like this. And yeah, the lights here are not placed correctly. And can we get this key here? Yep. Well, the interior looks fine. What, by the way, what interior is that? And seats and R. Yeah, that's van seats. But what is wrong with the window? And is this same thing happening with the van seats itself? So let's drop this window here so we remember which part is giving us trouble. And check this multivan. Okay, so there's the spam. Rear left window, remove. Okay, so that one stops the spam. Vehicle angles. And here the lights are correctly installed. Okay. So there's something wrong with lights specifically on police variant and maybe taxi variant. So yeah, those are animated too. Okay. Let's check the taxi as well, just for completion's sake. What is its stance on the rear lights? Yeah, I know you are also angry about this window. You all share it. And at middle left window, remove, and this stops, and I see the light here, so my guess is I don't see the light here. Okay. So we have a problem with lights on both of those NR variants, and we have the rear left window problem. Why are you correct? Well, well, well. That gives me something to work with regarding those window problems. So let's go check it out. So van seats, van window rear right. That is window right bone here. Okay, that's the same window we use everywhere. Window rear left parented to door rear left. Window rear right. Parent door rear right. Okay, so that is fine, but door rear right. No, those are all fine. Feel like I'm getting a bit crazy here. So there is some difference, but I don't see what it is, and that gives me an impression that we are once again getting close to the limit of objects, and something does not get imported into game properly, but doesn't cause the crash at this moment yet. So yeah. But now the lights. Lights are not working properly here. On police variant. This one headlights rear right, headlight rear left, and that is because they're not parented to the rear doors. So I want to copy this parent rear door and say headlight rear left is parented, headlight rear right is parented. Save, and same deal here with the taxi because it was the copy. So that one here, that one here, okay. Next, middle doors. So the window middle right works perfectly, but this window middle left screams my head off. And they're both are dependent on what is here. No, yeah, here. Window rear left, window rear right. That's the same bit here. So the models, they get imported correctly. So if you have any ideas, feel free to share them, because I'm currently at a loss. But that should be something pretty simple. Should be, I hope. So window rear left, window rear right. Both of those are fine. Oh, oh, yes. That would be why. That would be why. Because here we have this setup of 4 door and 2 windows. So we're not expecting rear windows to be animated with this setup. We have to just transition them to this 4 door setup on police and, well, regular seats variants. Save it, and that should fix our right doors right away. And all we have to worry about remaining would be the window. Well, the rear left window. And I feel like that window is just not getting into the limit of the objects, but why wouldn't it not, why would it not crash us? Anyway, for now, let's just check all those, test all those fixes we made and hope for the best. Okay. Close the game. Confirm. And play the game. Play. Technically, that issue is just me being greedy and trying to cram many models into one FBX file. Most modes do just one file for one vehicle, so there is no overlap and they don't run into these problems. So maybe I'm just giving myself more trouble than I need. But that's just how I roll. Okay, let's continue. Let's switch the game here. Okay, straight away, those windows are indeed fixed. Oops. V, open, that works. Fine and dandy. Cool. Next thing. Lights are fixed here. Lights are fixed here. Though, let me... Well, one light is fixed here. Okay. Is it because you're missing one light? Nope. You should have all the lights, but one is missing. Okay. That's something we'll have to check here, and yeah, the window here is fine. Yeah, and here you see there's a hole in the interior. Same deal with the police one. Here, that currently is not visible because this door is hiding it. But if we go here and close the door, yeah, you see the hole. And that is because of one silly thing. Cheats, let's enable it and go check out what's going on. So here in Blender, let's hide this. Let's re-enable this van seats or van light bar, either one of those. And the interior they were using is this one, van seats. And that has those holes because that interior is actually meant not for this vehicle, but for this vehicle. So we want to have a version of this interior without these doors. Another version, maybe we already have an interior variant that fits. So we have this base interior that is only engine and the wheelhouse. This is the cargo one, which doesn't have holes here, but neither does it have holes here. So that's also not going to fly, and camper is like flies even less. So, by the way, yeah, I like how this camper looks with police texture. Kinda silly. Anyway, so we want a copy of this van seats, but with those holes fixed. So let's make it. Okay. Let's rename that one to interior. Police. And edit it to, well, first of all, let's drop all those faces. Drop all those faces. And I want to take this, take this edge here and slide it. Oh, you don't want to close that. Why don't you want that to happen? Okay, one vertex at a time then. Slide that down, slide that down, slide that in, slide that out. Same deal here. Slide that down, slide that down, slide that here, and that here, and that here. Okay. So this is now the interior we want to use for police and for seats. And I noticed this problem probably is here too. So let's slide those fully here. Okay. That should do it. Now, what do we do about this? Oh, what is wrong with the light on the taxi? Did we not fix that properly? So we have headlight left. Yes, we only set parent for the headlight rear left, right, not rear left. And for some reason we parented the battery, which also is not correct. So parent, okay, that should fix that issue. And on van seats, yeah, that one, we move it here into taxi. Save it, and this one, oh yeah, let's also rename that to be specific to taxi and reference it in this file. That should now be a-okay. And that one I want to reference, which one is this? Interior police. Okay, so that should be it. Now in Blender, hide this, show all this, file here in Blender. I also see here that rear object window bed is not animated. Let's move it into this collection here. And those two lights for bed, rear left and rear right, just in case that is like this item threshold problem we're getting. Okay, so make this whole collection visible. This one is not. And we want to export this FBX into van seats 2. And export. Now that collection is not visible, but that is. And I want to re-export this as the main vans file. Export. Okay. Save it, and since we moved in this brig, we moved its rear lights and its rear windshield to vans 2. Let's reflect it here. Okay. That should be it. So, about time to restart the game. Stop it, continue. Play, play. Okay, what do we have here? This taillight is now in place. The interior is, yeah, it has this window corner here. This interior is not missing, well, doesn't have those holes, so that's what we wanted. Neither does this interior. And mechanics cheats, so let's put this window back on. And whoa, that kinda exploded. But it also broke the door, which it didn't do before. So would this fix the door? No, it wouldn't. Uninstalling, reinstalling the door should fix that. Installing the window back in re-breaks the door. But at the same time, that kinda gets positioned correctly. Though it does not animate at all. As if the bone weights are incorrect. Okay, thank you Bob for blessing this stream towards the end of it. I was kinda hoping we might have one stream without it. But oh well. So. Let's check the text here. So van seats, window rear left, static false. So that is not the issue here. Now rear left window bone, rear left door bone. Okay, so those are fine. What do we have here in Blender? Window rear left, rear left door bone, rear left window bone. Select everything, deselect this, and deselect this, and nothing remaining selected. Okay. That is fine. Well, yeah, the stream has about 10 minutes left, and so I'm going to wrap up soon, but maybe, hopefully we can squash this problem too, and then that will be like all the vans working a-okay. That's a dream for this stream. So, nope. Let's select the armature, animations. Door, rear left closing. Yep, that moves along with it. Window, well, camper, van. Okay, so that appears to be set up correctly. Okay, that might explain something. Clear animations data. Let's re-enter animations mode with this bone selected. We now have, well, window rear right open. That clip here, let's shield it. Window rear left open. Let's... Yep. That looks fine. Next, door rear left closing. That is also fine. So now we don't have those stray animation data. Maybe now we can export and it will work. I kinda hope that it would be the case. I cannot guarantee it. Okay, shift click, shift click. Okay. But I am fresh out of ideas. Export FBX, PZK events, armature. This one, export. Going into the game. And that is still not getting linked to the door. And where is the chat? Okay, well, that is a good moment to restart the game then. Okay, play. Okay. Okay, so yeah, here is the spam, and it is not getting animated correctly. Okay. Well, I have a kinda crazy idea. But I want to check it. Okay, so here, no results, no results, no results. McCoy, no results. That is fine. That one hit is fine. That one hit is fine. No results. Okay. No results, no results. Step van, SVU, tornado, truck bed, truck box, truck cab, dump fire, truck tanker, van box. Okay, so no, that idea did not pan out. I was kind of expecting that I redefined this model somewhere else. And that is why it was acting up, but no, it doesn't. So this door, this parent is working as intended. Or at least it is set correctly. And the door rear left, that has this rear left door bone that is matching correctly. False. Four doors, and the brig uses the same four doors, and it has the windows animated correctly. So that should be it. By the way, brig, let's see. Oh, well, yeah, that's gonna be a bad analogy because here the whole window is animated, and here is not, though, wait. Yeah, well, I guess the dream is not gonna come true, because I have to stop the stream now. Thank you to everybody who were watching. Thank you to everyone who is going to watch the YouTube recording, which I'll try to upload now, or at least as soon as possible. That is also not a trivial task anymore. But I hope to see you next time, and hope you're having time in the meantime and being your most happy and creative selves. Bye!